More playoff hockey on tap here from Darien. Ethan Wiles with you here at the Darien Sportsplex. We have 7 games on our docket that started at 7 o'clock this morning. And this is game number 5. As the St. Louis Sting return to the ice, we saw them play at about noon. They had a hard-fought game against the Sabres that ended in a 3-3 tie. They take on the Afton Americans, who we have not seen yet today, in a 18U Midget matchup here on Saturday night. This game slated to start at 5:50. It's about 2 minutes after 6 o'clock, so thanks for sticking around with us as we await the start of this one. Take a look at the standings here as the two teams get set. Afton comes in leading the way in 18U at 18-6-1. And the Sting come in at 12-10 and now 1 after that tie, but that was regular season, so they finished 12-10 in the regular season. And we are just about set to go here in Darien. Game number 5 of 7, as I mentioned. I moved the mic there, sorry about that. And we are officially underway here. Game number 5. The St. Louis Sting and the Afton Americans. The Americans wearing the red jerseys, the Sting in those blue jerseys. Great color matchup here tonight. As the Sting start off in command as a backhanded shot is deflected by the Afton Americans goaltender. I believe that's Chase Vogelsang. Wearing number 34 for the Americans. Face off to the left of him. And it's won and taken in possession by the Americans. But taken away by Grant Hubert. He was a force in the earlier game that we saw him play in. The Sting in that game were up 3-1. And the Sabres scored 2 goals in under 30 seconds to tie the game in the third period. And eventually went into overtime, and there's no scoring in that extra frame, so we finished at a 3-3 tie. We'll see what this one has in store. As I said, the Americans came in best team in 18U. Get a name of the St. Louis Sting goaltender here in just a minute. The Americans have possession in the Sting zone. Shot from the blue line is deflected, and rebound is patted aside by the goaltender for the Sting. Good work by Aiden Hasek to keep it in the St. Louis zone, and now the Sting go the other way. And it's Hartman trailing the puck going into the American zone. Hartman eventually gains control of it. Picked up at the blue line. A shot from the blue line goes into the glove. That was Barrett Phillips who ripped that one from the blue line. Chase Vogelsang, the goaltender for the Americans, puts that one in his glove and stops play. It's again Ethan Wiles with you at the final 2 games of our slate here, and myself and Mike Napolitano right back here tomorrow morning for Championship Sunday. It's not just Super Bowl Sunday, it's Championship Sunday here as well. We'll pregame the Super Bowl with some championship hockey as Thomas Fair ripped a shot from the point. He had a goal in the earlier game that the Sting played. He was showing off the speed earlier, so we'll see how fresh those legs are. And that's going to be something to keep an eye on. The Sting started their game about 6 hours ago, and these games usually go about 2 hours, so not much time to rest in between these two games. So we'll see if the Americans kind of take any advantage of that as the Sting goaltender freezes this one. No score, 14:39 to go in period one. Still trying to get a number check on the Sting goaltender. He has not turned his back. He's at my left. And the numbers on the sleeves are a little tough to see based on the coloring of the jerseys, so I'll get that to you here once I can see it. Burke ripped a shot from the blue line that hit off some skaters in front, and now St. Louis goes the other way. McMillan, his shot deflected into the net. Face-off moves to the left of Vogelsang, and we got a quick whistle. We'll get a change in the face-off circle to the left of Vogelsang. It's won by the Americans, and a battle for it down below. Eventually it trickles out into center ice. St. Louis trying to gain control of the puck in the Afton zone, but the Americans doing a good job of gaining possession of that puck. Balint bringing it in for the Americans. Brendan Balint. And they kick it around the board to Trip Demko. Back to Balint. Balint looking for Demko at the blue line. Demko makes a move, but it hits off the shin of Kyle Koch, the St. Louis Sting. Still looking for our first goal of the game here. The Americans applying some pressure. That was Jack McRoy with a shot. Demko back at the blue line looks for his man down low. That was Stevie Siago. Siago had it for a second, then lost it. St. Louis had it for a second. Afton back from the blue line, a rip shot. That was John Burke from the blue line. And it was kicked aside. The Americans keep it in the St. Louis zone behind the net. Good contact against the board. That one kicks it aside, and St. Louis will clear. Good work from Vogelsang to find McRoy in the zone, but St. Louis, who was changing lines at the time, able to skate over and break up any chance that they had. Good work from the Americans to keep it in the zone. They're getting in front of passes and just making things happen any way they can. Battle for it against the far board, picked up by the Sting. And that one is sent in. Really looked for the icing, but didn't get the call as that guy's down there. Americans going the other way. Good move by Feinstein coming in there. That's Ethan Feinstein, who made a good move to get to the net. Good work from the man in the Sting net. Still trying to get the number there. Like I said, it's not the easiest number to see with the jersey color. It's a dark blue against almost a dark baby blue. It's a bad description, almost a blue raspberry blue, if I could put it in my own terms. Very St. Louis Blues-like, as the Sting whiff on that one and gives the Americans a chance the other way. Here they come. Max Malin behind the net. Lost it. Now they battle for it against the far board in the corner. Aiden Hasek battling with two blue sweaters. He's able to gain possession, skates behind the net, looks for a man in front. Levinson, DJ Levinson ripped a shot that went to the left of the net. St. Louis trying to clear it out of their zone. Sticks collide at center ice, and the puck ends up back in the St. Louis zone, so they'll try to clear it again. Just at 11 minutes to go in period one. Fagans for the Sting dumps it in behind the net. Nato looked for Fessler, the tall African American. And his height gets in the way of that one as it deflects out. We'll get a whistle. 5-4 in favor of the Americans is the shot count as we approach. It's about 6.5 minutes into this game. As Fessler, who falls down for the Americans, took a hard contact into the board there as Jackson Albright ripped a shot. Hubert rips one from the blue line. That one is sticked aside by Vogelsang. And Americans nearly had a chance, but good work from Albright to get a stick on that one and break up that chance. Shipley with it for the Americans at center ice. He dumps it in. Goes behind the Sting net. And they will attempt to clear and go the other way again. Koch brings it in. That one gets poke checked out and goes into the glove of Chase Vogelsang. 9:55 to go, first period. It'll be Michael Buckowitz in the face-off circle. He scored earlier for the Sting. Charles Jackson, Michael Buckowitz, and Thomas Fair were the three goal scorers for the Sting in their earlier contest. And so far, no one is on the board in this one, as this one trickles underneath. And Vogelsang once again will stick his glove on the ice with the puck inside and will hold on. 9.5 to go. Period one. Face off to the right of Vogelsang is won by the Sting, but quickly some red sweaters pounce on it. The Sting able to keep possession. This one from a tough angle goes wide. Vogelsang able to get a pad on that one. And the Sting able to regroup, and now they look to go the other way. Nearly a bad turnover. A good work to get that one out. Americans skating right to left in those red sweaters. This one will trickle on down behind the St. Louis net. The St. Louis skater lost it as he tripped there behind the net. Good work from Afton to keep possession. They got the shot on net. Given got a discussion over at the Afton bench. Rogers skates off. Was out there for a second. Looks confused as to why he had to come off, as am I. A shot from the blue line by Max Malin goes wide. St. Louis able to pick it up. They try to clear it, but Afton right there once again. Feinstein back to the blue line to Malin. Feinstein from the left circle. The goaltender able to get a glove on that one. Back in front to Feinstein. He couldn't get a stick on it at the point. Good work by Afton, keeping it in the zone. Just over 8 to go. St. Louis tries to clear it. Demko went for it, but realized it was going to go past him, so he skated into defensive mode. St. Louis dumps it into the American zone behind the net of Vogelsang, and the Americans will look to set something up. Fagans has it for St. Louis at center ice. He dumps it in. And a couple shots that have come close, as another one right there ripped from the blue line, but no really clean chances for either team. As we approach 7.5 to go in the first period. Face off to the right of Chase Vogelsang in the American zone. There's one and possessed by Afton. They dump it in, and here comes the first chance. NATO, what a move to get into the zone, but they held it on to it just a little too long. And it was good work by the goaltender there. Went from his left to his right. Excuse me, Max. Nade out. Had some good looks there. Altman from the blue line scores. It may have been deflected. I think it was. That's Aiden Hasek pointing to his arm as if to say, yep, that's what did it. Hasek with the credit. And just like that, it's 1-0 Afton. So the Americans get on the board first. Aiden Hasek getting credited with it. It was Rudy Altman who put it on net from the blue line. So the top team in this 18U gets on the board first. And breaking first in games like this is always crucial, so we'll see how the Sting will respond here. And here come the Americans again. Good look in front, but good defense in front by Hayden Suiso. You got a skate in front of that one. Good look there from Afton, but they're able to play some good defense and get in front of it. Approaching 6 to go in period 1, 1-0 lead for Afton. Another look in front, that was Kemp with a shot, but that one went wide to the left of the net, and we've got an icing. We'll skate back down into the St. Louis zone. Still got one more full game after this one. The Leafs taking on the Chesterfield Falcons, two teams we've seen earlier today as well. Another 18U midget game. This one ripped from Afton, and it was kicked wide and behind the net. It was Lucas Kempf again. He has shown some great shot strength so far in this first period. And a battle for it won by St. Louis. They tried to clear it out, but Demko steps in front of it. He was not able to cleanly possess it. So St. Louis backtracks into their own zone, hoping to break out. They get something going here. Fagan's ripped a shot, but that one went off a skate of either Burke or Demko near the net. Battle behind the board, won by Afton. They've been doing a great job at winning puck battles against the boards. Trying to get these breakout chances. 5 minutes to go. Kelly with it. Gives it to Balint. They look to send it back to Altman, but Altman couldn't keep it in. I believe that's Gavin Arnold. It is 31. Gavin Arnold is the goaltender for the Sting. Finally able to get a number on that. Arnold going to his left, goes back to his right, but this one is in the net. The Americans score another. Brendan Balint leads the handshake line, the high five line. And it's 2-0 Afton here in the first. Now, despite the shots being 9-7, they also have a 2-goal advantage as the pressure continues to be put on by these red sweaters. Anytime that the Sting have possession of the puck, there's about 2 or 3 of them just ready to pounce on the puck and get it going the other way, which has helped tremendously provide this 2-goal lead early on. St. Louis has had some shots on net, though, but Chase Vogelsang has been real strong in the net so far in this early going. Now, just a reminder, about 18 U games will play the first half of the second period. We'll take a break to resurface the ice, play the second half of the second period, and then the full third. We'll get that for 2 games in a row as here comes Afton again. Good work at backtracking that one. Grant Hubert showing off the speed there. He was able to get it back and break up any chance that Afton had, and they're trying to increase this lead. And early on, you can tell why these Afton Americans are the best team at the top of the standings. Just relentless defensive pressure. It seems like they do everything right. They're playing, I'll go to baseball terms, they're playing small ball. You know, clean passing, clean defense, very good defense. Just playing sound hockey out here. Altman able to skate in the way of that one and clear it down, and Sting will chase it down and hope to get something going. Behind the net, they lose it for a second. Joseph Ungerbach lost it, able to regain possession. St. Louis dumps it on down. Vogelsang able to get out of his net to get it out of their zone. Oh, nearly a great backhand opportunity. Sting with the look here. Phillips from the blue line was sent wide right. Phillips, another guy who was all over the place earlier in the game. They dump it down, and Nadowd exclaiming that he tipped it, but still get an icing call. This one will go back down. 2.5 minutes to go in the first period. 2-0 is your score. And this faceoff will be to the right of the Afton net. Puck travels all the way down into the St. Louis Sting zone. And it's where they've started a lot of these possessions. Behind the net in their own zone. Unfortunately, that's where a lot of them end as well. As this relentless defense from Afton continues to play strong. Face-off won by the Sting. Once again, they go behind the net. Have to work it off the boards to Fagans. Fagans skates back into the zone. And once again, they have to regroup. Go to work by Levinson to get a stick in front of a pass that was intended for Fagans at the point. As we get under 2 minutes to go in the first period. That pass can't connect, and it leads to an Afton chance, but good work in front by Gavin Arnold, who tracks that one into his mitt. As I talk about how well Afton has played hockey, the clean hockey has not been much of the same for St. Louis. Some passes that won't connect. However, Gavin Arnold seems to be a little more comfortable in the net now as he tracks that one. It was bounced up in the air off his chest. He was able to track that one. Face off back to the left of Arnold. Won again by the Americans. Good work to send it behind to Kemp. However, St. Louis steps in front and they look to break one out. Albright dumps it behind the net. Good work by Vogelsang to go behind his net to hopefully break something out for the Americans. Puck skates behind the net. 1 minute to go in the first period. 2-0 lead for Afton. Shipley skates behind the net. Picks it up for Afton. He's met by Eli McMillan. He played well in that first game as well. Here comes the Americans again. Good look in front, but this one is high and wide off the back net. Or back board, or back glass rather. It's been a long day here. Words are getting harder and harder by the second. That was Freddie Piasecki who had a clean look at that one. Tried to go top shelf over Gavin Arnold, but sent it just a bit high. And now with 27 seconds left, Sting will try to get something on the board to get the momentum going into the second period as the official nearly gets sandwiched between two skaters there. Had to sneak out of the way of that one. 15 seconds remain. This one sent down. Vogelsang will get a stick on that one. Send it to Demko. Demko will skate back behind his own net. Final seconds of the first period tick down, and that will be your first period. So Afton capitalizes on 2 goals in the first, and they have all of the momentum here after the first 17 minutes of play here in Darien. The teams will take a break, as will I. We'll be back with the first half of period 2 right after this. First half of period 2 underway. Ethan Wiles back here in Darien, Illinois. Got the call for the final 2 games here, this one and the next one coming up, before we head into Championship Sunday right back here tomorrow morning. First game slated for 10 o'clock, the Bantam Major Championship. We'll also see the Midget U15 Championship, followed by the Midget U18 and Midget U16 Championship games, and those games will lead you right into the Seahawks and the Patriots tomorrow night. Super Bowl Sunday. Super Bowl Sunday and Championship Sunday for all of us here. And Vogel saying they're shaking his glove hand. I didn't see what happened down there, but he must have had his stick knocked out of his hand, but have to be shaking the hand like something had happened, shaking off some sort of injury. Couldn't see what had happened. The ref stops play though, and he appears to be all right. Gets the blocker back on, and once again we're ready for action. Puck's dropped to the left of Vogel, saying a shot from the Sting. I believe that was Phillips. Bakowitz rips a shot, and Vogel saying gets a glove on that one. Once again, the Sting numbers compared to the jerseys are not very announcer friendly, and it's a dark blue against a also bluish hue. So unless their backs are absolutely turned, the shoulder numbers are a little harder to read than most jerseys. This one's loose in front. Good work by Afton to get this one out. Once again, we'll play the first half of the second period. 8.5 minutes as this one gets iced by Vogel saying. So 8.5 minutes of the first half of the second period. Zamboni will come out, clean the ice. Both teams will head into the locker rooms and talk things over. Play the remainder of the second period, the other 8.5 minutes, and then we'll get the full third period of play. Puck sits in the Afton zone. St. Louis trying to get something going. A shot goes high on Vogelsang from the blue line. That was Hubert. I've been saying his name a lot in these 2 games that we've seen him. We got a penalty coming, and we'll get our first one of the night, and it goes to the Sting. Saw Vogelsang racing off to get the extra attacker on, and as I mentioned, Grant Hubert, he is the one that will be heading to the box. Confused about why he's going to the box, but clearly the refs think he did something wrong that warranted the trip to the penalty box. And that's not what you want to see if you're St. Louis. So Afton, who has been in control for most of this game, will go on a man advantage. They work it around. Good work to step in front of the pass is Tucker Huster. I've said his name earlier as well. Altman brings it in for the Americans. Sit back. Altman had it. He dumped it off to his teammate DJ Levinson. Levinson had a shot off the side of the net. Haysack feeds it back to Altman. Altman back to Haysack. Haysack behind the net. About a minute left in the power play here. Good work from Tucker Huster to get in the way of that one. A one-timer from Altman. Good save by Arnold there with the pad. Nadowd from the blue line. Good pad save in front. Rebound goes behind the net. Good chance in front by the Americans, but that one bounced behind the net. They look to keep it in. Nadowd from the point. Back to him at the blue line. Nadowd feeds Altman. Altman back in front. Haysek's shot bounced up in front, but good work by Arnold to trap it and put it down on the ice. 32 seconds remain on the power play. Still 2-0. We got full-sail line changes for both teams. Shots on goal, 12-9 in favor of Afton, so it's been close. However, they hold a 2-goal lead. And looking to add on. Max Malin with it. He got his stick checked. Good work here to keep this one in on the final 15 of the man advantage. They'll have one last push here. From the circle, that was Freddie Piasecki. Had that one deflected. And they will clear this one out. We're back to even strength as Hubert heads off. They'll immediately get a new skater on the ice. As we approach 4.5 to go in this first half of the second period. Phillips with it at center ice, dumps it in. Hits off the pad of Vogelsang. And Robert Kelly came out of the bench there, and he was calling for it immediately, trying to get a rush going. Kelly eventually gets it, tries to feed it in front, but it was deflected off by a St. Louis Sting. And Tucker Huster brought that one in, but good work. Oh, it's loose in front. Vogelsang was not in the crease there for a second. He had to scamper back to it. However, that puck stays out. 4 minutes to go. St. Louis with the first real possession in the Afton zone here, the first real chance. Good work to keep it in. There's Jack Beard wearing number 19. He's number 59 in my roster as he brings it in again. Beard looked to dump it back. He had a man to his left, but was hoping his defense would be there. And that sets up Afton going the other way, left to right. Kelly looked to skate through some defenders, but he couldn't keep possession of the puck. From the point, good stick save in front, loose in front. Stevie Siago had a wide open net, but this one trickled wide. Shipley from the blue line had his shot deflected. Two good looks for Afton there. One of them went wide after it was kicked aside on a great stick save by Gavin Arnold. Tried to trap it there for a second. It was loose in front again. It kind of rolled out in front of Siago. As he was falling backwards, he tried to hit it in, but I think him falling backwards caused it to miss just to the right. Here comes the Sting. Good pad save by Vogelsang off the stick of Thomas Fair. He scored earlier, as I mentioned. He's got some great skills. However, Vogelsang says no on that one. Altman with it in the St. Louis zone. St. Louis tries to clear. Now they do. Center ice with it is Fagans. Fagans dumps it back to the blue line. Blue line to blue line pass. Shot in front by Rex Ryder was kicked aside. Vogelsang doing good at using these blockers. Just under 2 minutes to go in this first half of the second period. And they will dump it down. St. Louis Vogelsang put his hand up looking for the icing call, but that one's waved off. Here comes Afton Demko using the speed to get past the defenders, but he lost it going around around the St. Louis net. And now here comes St. Louis the other way. Colton Hartman back to the blue line. Phillips from the blue line. Shot goes off the shoulder of Vogelsang. And St. Louis starting to find some grooves here in this first part of the second period. So we'll see what they do going into this resurfacing break in about 30 seconds. We'll get a chance to regroup and talk things over. They may be a 2-goal deficit, but they've done a great job at rallying after giving up those 2 goals. They haven't had much offensive possession to this point, but they're doing a good job of clearing it out. And, if they can draw a penalty and get one going, or even if they can get one on even strength here in this second half of the second period, obviously we'll have a game, and that's where we'll sit as we hit our resurfacing break here. 2-0 is the score. The Americans lead. Both teams will head into the locker room and give the Zamboni a chance to lay down a fresh set of ice, and it gives me a chance to take a break. We'll be back with the second half of this second period from Darien Sportsplex in just a little bit. Thanks for staying with us. Stream Sports Midwest. I'm Ethan Miles. We'll be back right after this. We are just about set to return to action here in the second period. A fresh set of ice has been cleaned up, and the second half of the second period is underway. Afton with a 2-goal lead, 2-0 over the St. Louis Sting, who have started to show some fight here after the Americans have kind of shut down any chance that the Sting have had in this game. Kelly had a look there as Gavin Arnold gets a glove on that one and sits on it. St. Louis started to put some more pressure on Afton. We've seen a pretty clean game as far as penalties go, only one. But both goals for Afton came at even strength. Shots 14-10 in favor of Afton, make it 15 with Feinstein's shot there. It was loose for a second, but it's again Arnold in front, able to hang on. Faceoff coming back out. Feinstein able to win it. Rogers has it behind that post that you see on the broadcasting screen as McCroy put a shot on net. That one deflected up and over the net, giving St. Louis a chance to try and clear. They get it as far as center ice before the Americans get on it. Mark Shipley was the one at center ice who was able to knock that clearing attempt down, and now St. Louis does clear it all the way down, and we'll get an icing. It's been a fun day. We've seen some real thrilling games. Saw a 3-3 tie earlier in the day. Started this slate of hockey as we approach 7 o'clock now 12 hours ago. Crazy to think. Still got one more game to go after this one. And if you've been with us all day, or if you're just tuning in for this one, or you're hopping in and out, we thank you for joining us. We've got crews all over the state today, broadcasting games for you. Chance in front. Nato had his shot patted aside. Another chance in front. Livingston. He's going to kick it now back out to Malin at the blue line. Malin's shot was deflected off a body. That was Albright who got his body in front of that one. Eli McMillan tries to skate through some defenders. And we've got a whistle now. Boy, that was a good look from Max Nadout. Had it right in front, but Gavin Arnold, who after letting those 2 goals go by him in the first period, has been resilient here in this middle frame. And St. Louis able to win that draw. The big-bodied Barrett Phillips brings it into the zone. Puck sitting at the blue line. St. Louis unable to maintain possession. Huster at center ice gives it to Buckowitz. Buckowitz, who scored earlier today in the first game that we saw the Sting out here on this ice. Now Afton bringing it into the zone. Hasek. It looks like it got up high off Nadout, but got a high sticking, so it was a stick that hit Nadout. And it'll come back down. Now the faceoff will be to the left of Chase Vogelsang. 6 minutes to go in this second period. We'll play the full third period. No interruptions in that one. Chance for the Americans. Good work to get in front of that one. Michael Buckowitz showing good skill on both offensive and defensive ends tonight. Scored earlier. Now got in the way of a potential chance there as Fessler just went down on a knee and started doing circles there. I don't really know what happened there. He had to regain his balance. It was an interesting play there. 5.5 to go, second period. 2-0 lead for the Americans. 16-11. Shots on goal led by the Red Sweaters. Those of the Afton Americans. Good work in front to keep it in possession, but St. Louis able to knock this one down. It trickles all the way down to Vogelsang, who gets a stick on that one, and he dumps it off to his teammate. That pass goes off the board, and Hubert able to dump it back into the Afton zone. Shot from the blue line. It was bouncing towards Vogelsang. He was able to get a stick on that one and kind of poke it aside. Now the puck trickles back behind the St. Louis net. Kelly there, able to get it after a Sting player fell to the ice. Lost his footing. St. Louis able to regain possession though. Here comes Fair. Fair rips a shot. Good save by Vogelsang with the glove. Moving to his left. Fair, who we saw earlier, doing a good job of skating left and shooting right. Tried to do that same move that he scored on earlier today. But Chase Vogelsang doing a good job of moving from his right to his left. And tracking that one with the glove. So his face-off will go to the right of Vogelsang. Loose puck in front. Rex Ryder had his shot denied. Another good glove save. As Vogelsang is kind of flipping that one with the glove. Saying, yeah, I got that one. And Lewis a good chance here, though. They're doing a good job of winning these face-offs and keeping it in the American zone. And as this one trickles down and out, St. Louis able to regain possession of the puck, but boy, those Afton Americans defenders quick to the puck. They were able to poke it free. Shipley with it. Gives it to center ice. That was Rogers calling for it. Good work to get in front of that one. Look at center ice with Fair. He's going to try to go right. But it was hit a skate in front. Feinstein ripped a shot from the from the left circle rather. That one bounced up in the air and sent aside. Battle for it behind the Sting net. Picked up by the Sting. They'll go breaking out. Looking to get their first goal of this game. Shot from the blue line off the blocker of Vogelsang. Referee getting out of the way of that one. St. Louis keeps possession as they get a fresh set of legs out on the ice. Just under 3 to go. And that shot is scored by Kyle Koch, the man who just got out on the ice. He was the fresh set of legs that came out on the change. He comes out right away and rips one from the point, and just like that, it's a 2-1 game. So just like that, we said this thing started to apply some pressure at the end of that first half of the second period, and now with 2:50 to go in the second period, it's a 1-goal hockey game. You could kind of tell that something was working for St. Louis there because they were able to draw the shot count back within 1. You know, I mentioned that they had good possession there, winning the faceoffs when it was in the Afton zone, and only they were able to capitalize on that one. Kyle Koch. It seemed like a weird time for a change there, but turned out to be the right time as he came on, skated right to the point in between the circles. and was able to get them on the board. So 2-1. The Americans will try to answer with a goal of their own. Hasek skates in, gives it to Levinson, who was trailing his shot, deflected aside. Rebound shot by Malin was deflected aside as well. Good work by St. Louis to clear this one down, and we'll have an icing. All of a sudden, the pressure that the Americans put on St. Louis at really the first half of this game has shifted now in the second half as the officials come over and will discuss something with the timekeeper. I'm not real sure what the discussion is right now. They just took 10 seconds off the clock, so now we're sitting at 2:06. It was 2:16 as that discussion was happening, so the clock didn't start. Not real sure what happened there. Good shot by Kemp from the right circle that was shouldered aside by Gavin Arnold. Huster tried to send this one in. It hits off the thigh of Max Malin. Fessler with it at center ice for the Americans. Loose for a second, picked up by St. Louis. Now Bukowitz goes the other way. Dumps it in behind the Americans' net. Vogelsang left the net, went behind it to feed it out to his teammate. St. Louis able to keep it in the zone. This shot deflects high and we apologize for that. Back in action here, still 2-1, just under a minute to go in this period. St. Louis able to keep possession. Both teams kind of battling it out these last 30 seconds. Ryder rips a shot that goes up high on Vogelsang. He gets a glove on it. Shots now even at 17 apiece with 6 seconds left in this second period. Final seconds of the second period tick off. And that is where we sit at the end of period 2. 2-1. The score, St. Louis getting back into this one with a late second period goal. We'll step aside as these teams take a break. 2-1 the score. We'll be back with the final period in regulation right after this. Third period underway here in Darien. 2-1 the score. St. Louis trying to even this one up, and they come out of the gate strong here in this third period. Down 2-1. 17 shots apiece for both teams. As St. Louis, ever since the break of the second period, has really shown some resilience here after being down two goals, as another chance there is sent wide. Feinstein going the other way for the Americans. He lost his footing. That gives St. Louis a chance to go the other way. Hartman brings it in. Hartman feeds Fair, who juggles it with his stick in the air there. Referee waves it off, no high sticking. Back at the blue line, Phillips sends one on net. This one hits the pad of Vogelsang, and now Hasek comes the other way. Hasek rips his shot. It was off some part of Gavin Arnold. I couldn't tell what. He's kind of shaking the helmet a little bit there. I don't know if it hit him up in the mask, but either way, it hits him and it goes into the net behind the St. Louis net, the netting, I should say. 15:43 to go, just underway in this third and final regulation frame. Another shot on net, good shot, but Gavin Arnold is there. And Levinson with a rocket. Had a man in front too, but able to track that one with the glove. Face off again to the right of Arnold. Face off again, won by Afton. Altman from near the blue line. This one goes to the left of the net. Good work by the Americans there to get a body and keep it in the zone. This one made it into the center area. Altman had to clear it out. He dumps it in, and now St. Louis goes the other way. They dump it down off the board. They connect there, but couldn't get it done. We got an icing. Puck comes all the way back down. Talked about the sweaters in this game a lot. The blue versus the red. It's been a great color matchup. One of the best I've seen so far of the 6 games that we've called. We got one more coming up after this, so might have some competition for the best color matchup of the day. Chance for St. Louis here. They have a man trailing. That's Huster at the point. Huster backhands it in. Altman able to get a body on that one. They clear it out. St. Louis with some more consistent rushes in the second half of this game, and they're trying to equalize this one. Oh, a dangerous redirect in front. Maintained by Vogelsang. Wow, that was dangerous off the stick of Tucker Huster. He almost redirected this one top shelf. That was a shot from the blue line, and was able to get his stick down on it, but boy, Vogelsang's been strong in the net, as he shows right there. Another wrist shot that winds up in the mitt. So it's the same kind of scenario that we saw right before they scored the first goal. They kept winning these face-offs and had some good looks, but the Americans now win the face-off. They come in with some speed. Good save by Arnold. That was Robert Kelly, I believe, that was shot out of a cannon. And tried to make this a 2-goal game, but Gavin Arnold staying strong in the net despite that speed. Wait, there's 2 rinks at this Darien Sportsplex, and the rink behind us, there's no really wall in between us here. We got some action behind us here. Big crowd behind us. Big night for hockey. No better place to be on a Saturday night. Oh, dangerous. Vogelsang comes all the way out of his net, near past the circles, to try and clear that one out. confidence in Vogelsang there to leave that area like that. St. Louis comes in now. Oh, what a chance for the Sting. Backhander, what a save. Vogelsang stretches out. Grant Hubert has his shot denied. Great work by Vogelsang to go back to the left. He's without his stick. They try to get it back to him now. Afton will try to clear it out. Good work by Nadeau to help his goalie out with the stick. Hasek brings it into the zone. Has a man in front. He scores! No sign at first. I believe it's Hasek that ended up with the goal. We'll see here as there was a collision behind the play. The refs had to check that one out. I don't know if it was... Okay, so it was Kemp that scored. So Kemp scored and then went crashing into the board. Great setup by Aiden Hasek. And great work by Lucas Kemp to stay with it as he scored and goes crashing into the boards. Regardless, it is 3-1. Updating our scoreboard here for you. Give me one moment. All right, back to camera now. 3-1 as, another shot on net by Feinstein. Afton really trying to put this one away now with just over 13 minutes to go. They have a 2-goal lead. Good shot from Phillips from near the blue line. He was calling for that one, but Vogelsang remains strong in that Americans net. We've seen 22 shots on the board. Well, we might see 23 be put up here, but either way right now he has, at this point, saved 20 of 21 shots. Corrected that one up on the board. Vogelsang has been a very strong brick wall as Piasecki brings it in. He trails off as he waits for help. Skates all the way back near the blue line and makes a move around Fagans. Centering pass picked off by St. Louis. Goes the other way is Fagans. Skates past Demko. Fagans centering pass is picked off by a slew of red sweaters as Koch's shot deflects into the netting. Kyle Koch, the lone goal scorer for the Sting in this one, made it 2-1 before Lucas Kemp's third period goal just a few moments ago made it 3-1. And now the uphill climb for the Sting in this game becomes even harder as the 1-goal deficit becomes 2. Definitely been better with the puck in the second half of this game. In the first period, we saw them try to initiate the chances, but any chance that they would try to set up, the Americans were on it and shutting it down. Face off to the right of Gavin Arnold. And it is won by St. Louis. They'll dump it behind the net off the boards, trying to clear it out. They do that. It gets as far as center ice before Altman gets it. He dumps it back into the St. Louis zone. Sting are able to get it behind their net. Loose puck battle at center ice on the near board, just underneath your feed. Anything that happens below our camera here won't really be able to see due to some tougher sight lines. However, throughout our coverage here today, not much action has really gone on much below us, so a good vantage point here as St. Louis puts a shot on net. That was Jackson Albright. Americans with it. Shipley put a shot on, but that one was whistled offside just as he put the shot on net, so shot will be waved off. 3-1 your score, 11 minutes to go in this one. We have one final game for you here from Darien Sportsplex on our Saturday slate. Before we got 4 games for you tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Championship Sunday right back here. Shot in front. Good work to poke that one aside off the pads of Arnold and back down. Demko dumps it off the board, nearly hits the official. Puck battle maintained at center ice by St. Louis. They'll dump it into the zone behind Vogelsang. It's loose in front. Vogelsang has been very risky at going out of his net. He did exactly that, tried to track down the puck as it bounced off the board, and it trickled right back. And boy, if there was a St. Louis sting in front of the net, that was definitely a goal. Vogelsang with his back to the blue jerseys there. He showed some dangerous ability here to leave the crease as Hasek comes in. Hasek was credited with the assist on that third goal. Arnold will hold with just under 10 to go. (3-1) is your score. This 18U midget game. Ethan Wiles with you here. Partner Mike Napolitano, you heard him and myself all day. He'll be rejoining me tomorrow morning here as Championship Sunday gets underway. We've got a call for a trip. And we'll have a St. Louis Sting member head to the box. Barrett Phillips will head to the box. So the Americans on a man advantage with a 2-goal lead, trying to extend that. Fessler at the point. Had it for a second, lost it. And back to him now from the point. Fessler up high, loose in front, still loose in front. Good work by Arnold to kick this one aside. Americans keep it in. Now it's maintained by St. Louis. They're going to try to break something out shorthanded. Bukowitz sends it in, but it hits off Malin. And it gives the Americans a chance to regroup on the power play. Piasecki with it at center ice. Skates right. Gets past the defenders. Now he's skating behind the St. Louis net. He feeds his teammate to his right. Tries to feed it in front. Good work to keep it in by, I believe that's Max Malin. Malin dumps it behind the net. Centering pass is picked off by the Sting. They go the other way. Here's a chance for Huster. He scores! Tucker Huster. Beautiful breakaway chance. And short-handed, they make this a 1-goal game again. So with 8:15 to go, the Sting had a short-handed goal to once again draw within 1. It was just 2-1. The Americans capitalized on an early third period goal to make it 3-1. Before Tucker Huster adds the second goal of the game for St. Louis. Still 30 seconds left on this power play, and another shorthanded opportunity here for St. Louis, but immediately the red sweaters of the Afton Americans meet up with Thomas Fair in the corner. Final 13 seconds of the power play. Good work by the Sting penalty kill. They still got 5 more seconds to clear this one out, though. It's loose in front. Shot is high and wide and loose, but bounced off the net and bounced off something on the board. It took a weird bounce off the board, but St. Louis able to send this one down to clear it. So after the penalty killed and a shorthanded goal, St. Louis and Afton will send out some new skaters. Where the scoreboard really paints a picture of this game. 3-2 is the score, and shots are 24-23 in favor of St. Louis. However, Afton remains in front. Chase Vogelsang has remained strong in the Americans' net as this one goes out of play. Just under 7 to go. Face off to the left of Vogelsang. The referee getting out of the way of that one. Really took a stick up high there. St. Louis will go to work down by 1. Looks like we've got a delayed penalty coming. We do. So Afton, who just got off the power play, will go right back on it. So the St. Louis penalty kill that just scored shorthanded. See if they can do the same thing they just did. Try to capitalize and tie this game up. There'll be about 4.5 minutes left if this penalty plays out for the full 2 minutes. At that point, if the score holds, it'll be interesting to see what St. Louis does with the goalie situation. Good block in front. Couldn't get a number on who that was. I believe that was Phillips. Doing a good job of getting a body in front of that one. A shot from the point goes off the body of Gavin Arnold and back behind the net. Nadeout. Levinston rips his shot, but good work again. This time Joseph Ungerbach steps in front of that shot. And the penalty kill unit continues some grade A work. Exciting finish in store here for sure. Seen one game go to overtime today, ended in a tie. Ironically enough, it was the same exact Sting that saw a lead go away, and this one I couldn't see the sign from I don't believe we have a goal. Great work by Gavin Arnold. No, he was on his back. He had fallen on top of the puck. Boy, Gavin Arnold getting some love from his bench and even the penalty box here. Some stick taps on the glass. Gavin Arnold keeping this a 1-goal game. What a save. And we'll have 2 guys going to the box, 1 from each team for the extracurricular. Hasek to the box for the Americans, and for the Sting, that's going to be Tucker Huster. Looks like both will go for fighting. Each will have about 45 seconds left of eligible game time once they get out. What that score will be, we'll find out. Nadowd with it at the point. Feeds it to his left. Pass in front, loose in front. Good work by Arnold. He traps it in front, and boy, 3 red sweaters can't believe that that one didn't go in. Nadowd sitting at the point with his hands over his head like, how did that one not go in? Five and a half to go in regulation. 3-2 Americans. Face off to the left of Gavin Arnold. Face off won by the Americans. Good work to pass it D to D at the blue line. Kemp behind it. He has a goal in this one. Gives it back to Levinson. Levinson ripples it in front. Gavin Arnold out of the crease. Americans try to set something up. Kemp from the right circle hits off the body of Arnold. Now Nadowd brings it in, skates past defenders, but Gavin Arnold tracking that one with the glove. Denies that one, and all of a sudden, Afton has taken control of the shot count in this game. Several chances here, but Gavin Arnold, both goaltenders in this game, been really good. Vogelsang letting that late breakaway chance go through, but outside of that, he has been red hot. Gavin Arnold in the second half of this game has been tremendous in keeping this a 1-goal game for the most part. Americans have it in the St. Louis zone. Demko near the blue line, feeds it left side to Rogers. Rogers, cross ice pass, shot, goes off the glove and hits the netting. Gavin Arnold getting his mitt on that one. It deflects off the net. That was Max Malin who ripped that one from the left circle. That one hit off the tip of the mitt of Gavin Arnold and hit the lower end of the netting. 1 second left on the power play, so as soon as the puck drops, we'll have even strength hockey. Buckowitz comes out and stays out. He'll skate down, looking to get something going on the rush. 4.5 to go in this one. We'll keep an eye on Gavin Arnold here as the time in this one ticks down to 4 minutes. Still a little early to pull the goalie here, but in a playoff game will be interesting to see what chances they give their team. As we hit the 4-minute mark to go in regulation. 3-2 Americans. They lead the Sting here. Sting with a chance. Buckowitz rips a shot. Good pad save by Vogelsang. Now Kelly goes the other way for the Americans. Good work from George McNichols to get in front of that rush. And now St. Louis will try to go the other way. The urgency has been upped here for the Sting. As we approach 3.5 to go, they're down by 1. They have it in their possession. McMillan at center ice. Dumps it in behind Vogelsang. Skates to his left, traps it with the glove. And ices it. It's only a 2-minute penalty for the two that were involved in the extracurriculars. Hasek and Huster both going back to their respective benches. Battle at center ice. Hungerbach gets it back to his teammate. The Afton Americans able to get on the puck. 3 minutes to go here. Oh, he takes a hard tumble into the boards. Altman, right side, Shipley. Shipley from the blue line, that hits somebody's shin pads. Back to Shipley at the blue line, and Gavin Arnold making it look easy with that glove save. The faceoff will come back down, so 2:42 to go. We'll see if St. Louis can gain possession of the puck and see how fast Gavin Arnold can skate off for the extra attacker. Faceoff is won and sent out. Good work by the Americans to dump it back in behind the net of Gavin Arnold. 2.5 to go in this one. Rifled shot from center ice. Good work by Vogelsang to get a chest on that one. 2:15 to go. Gavin Arnold still in the net for the St. Louis Sting. Keeping an eye on him as we get to 2 minutes, down by 1. Sting will try to equalize this game up. Arnold staying in the net as the puck travels down behind the Americans' net. Vogelsang backhands it out. Puck still behind the Americans' net. 1:45 to go. This one trickles down. We've got an icing. So it'll come back down, and the Sting will call a timeout. 1:45 to go in regulation. The Sting take a timeout. We'll most likely see Arnold come to the bench for the extra attacker. We will take a break as these teams do, and we'll have the final 1:45 of regulation in this exciting 18U midget game between the St. Louis Sting and Afton Americans when we come back. Back here in Darien, Ethan Wiles, the Stream Sports Midwest broadcast here of playoff hockey. 1:45 to go. Set the scene for you here. So the Sting have pulled Gavin Arnold, so we've got a 6-on-5 with the extra attacker. Down by 1, the Sting win the draw. Ryder at the blue line. Feeds it to his right side, Fair, who sends one high and into the net. 97 seconds to try to equalize this game. Face-off again, won by the Sting. Ryder at the blue line. Ryder rips his shot, nearly redirected in. Goes to the left and wide. Puck maintained by the Sting. Ryder again rips one from the blue line. Again, nearly redirected. Suiso and Huster near the net, both doing good jobs of redirecting it, but it nearly goes wide. Again, a nearly redirected shot. Vogelsang is on his stomach, and then we have a whistle and a penalty coming. No, maybe not. Nope, the puck went out of play. My apologies. No, we do have a penalty. We do have an Americans penalty, so the Sting will go on a power play. Pasek to the box. Couldn't tell if Afton had called a timeout or not. The puck went out of play, but from what I had seen, it went out of play. But now we do have a penalty. So Hasek in the box, 1:08 to go. St. Louis wins the draw. They're on the power play. 6-on-4. Arnold still on the bench. Ryder from the circle. Good block in front. Ryder gets it back. Ryder gives it left side. From the blue line, good save by Vogelsang. That's Hubert and Ryder at the blue line. Playing catch with each other here, trying to set something up. You can tell they're trying to redirect one past Vogelsang. I mentioned Hayden Suiso and Tucker Huster. They're the two that have been near the net the most. Fair has it at the blue line. Gives it to Buckowitz at the left circle. Buckowitz gives it back to Ryder. Ryder at the point. Fair calls for it. Ryder's shot deflects off the blocker. And again, Vogelsang will sit on it. .34 seconds remain in this contest. 3-2. St. Louis on a 6-on-4 advantage, an empty net and a power play. Ryder, nearly one times it, but a pad pass forces them to regroup. Ryder with it at center ice. He dumps it in behind the net. Vogelsang with it. He's going to try to clear it. Ryder, good work to keep it in the zone. Afton tries to clear it again. Hubert with it. 13 to go. Shot from the point is held on to by Vogelsang. Buckowitz ripped that one. But Chase Vogelsang has been lights out. Final 11 seconds. Face-off to the right of Vogelsang. That face-off is won by the Americans. Altman behind the net. St. Louis with a shot in front. Here comes Ryder. Couldn't get a stick on it. 1 second left. Shot from the point. That one's deflected out. And the Americans hang on. Boy, I said this one was going to be a thrilling finish. And St. Louis gave it all they could in the final 2.5 minutes of this game. They went on a 6-on-4. They pulled the goalie. They had a power play. But all credit goes to Chase Vogelsang in this one, who keeps the 1-goal advantage throughout the remainder of the contest. St. Louis battled back twice to pull within one. But it was the Americans who take this one 3-2. We've got one more game coming up for you. Our 7th and final of our Saturday slate. The Leafs taking on the Chesterfield Falcons. That one appears to be starting on time at 8 o'clock. 14 minutes from now. Myself, Ethan Wiles, will have that call coming up for you in just a little bit. Again, the final here. Our second to last game of our slate, the 18U Midget game, the Afton Americans 3 and the St. Louis Sting 2. We'll be back with the final game here in just a little bit. Thanks for tuning in, as always, to Stream Sports Midwest. Stay tuned, our final game coming up. It is our 7th and final game of our Saturday slate here in Darien. Ethan Wiles back with you as we have another U18 midget game. We just saw the Sting and the Americans in a thriller. The Americans holding on to a 3-2 game. 3-2 win, rather. We'll see what this one has in store for us. This one, our final game of the night, will be the Leafs taking on the Chesterfield Falcons. We saw the Falcons 16U earlier today. Also saw the 15U. Actually, that game was our postponed game. They were supposed to play the Cyclones, but Cyclones dealing with some illness issues, so they could not play today. We were supposed to have 8 games. They were the second game of our, what was 8 is now 7. Our third 18U game of the day. We saw the Sting take down the Sabres earlier this afternoon. We just saw the Americans take down the Sting in the previous game, and now we've got the Leafs and the Falcons. Let's take a look at the standings. We just saw the Americans, the first place team, win their game. The Leafs come in here as the second best team behind Afton at 17-6-1 and 2 overtime wins on the year for them. Scored 78 on the year. They've allowed 47. As for the Falcons, they entered tonight 11-12-1 with 68 goals for and 69 goals against. They lost 6 in a row coming into the playoffs. Now the Leafs have won 1 in a row. They've won 1 game coming into this one. It's been a long day. Thanks for sticking with us as we get set for the final game of our Saturday full of hockey as we are underway here at the Darien Sportsplex. The Leafs wearing the blue uniforms resembling the Toronto Maple Leafs, except they're from West Dundee. West Dundee native myself. So no bias here, but grew up going to Leafs all the time, and they call them the second Leafs game of the day here. They were the first game back at 7 o'clock this morning, only 13 hours ago here, and right off the bat we're going to get a penalty, and those Leafs will go on the power play here just over a minute into this game. So the Falcons' Tyler Watts will head to the box for our first penalty of the game. Face-off won by the Leafs. It was Anthony Carr who had it at the blue line. Lucas Bailey gives it to Carr. Carr feeds it back to his teammate to his right. That was Sammy Lombardo. Lombardo chips it in behind the net. Bailey there for the Leafs. Now going the other way is the Falcons. Good shot by, that was Chase Waddle. Let's take a look at the goalies here. Luke Tippy Tipner in net for the Leafs. And at the other end, we're in 00, I believe. To double check that, if my eyes are telling me correct, that's Miles Lappin. Lappin was wearing, or he was stretching in the goalie uniform earlier as I was taking a look at the warm-up, so I believe that is Lappin down there. Lappin versus Tippy. is what's in the pronunciation guide I was given. So we're going to go with Tippy. I like that. It's the last game of the day. Let's have some fun. Sends this one down as Tippy gets a stick on that one and sends it near center ice. Kaber for the Falcons dumps it in from the blue line, but Tippy able to get a pad on that one. Here come the Leafs with a chance. Still 47 seconds on the power play. They have it at the blue line. It's Kittner. Kittner centering past Petrilo. Couldn't get there. Shot from the blue line. That was Tommy Zalotl. His shot was sent in and redirected into the glove of Miles Lappin. 32 seconds remain on the game's first penalty, first power play. Face off won by the Leafs. Now a puck battle in the corner board. Good job originally of keeping that one in, but that one bounced off the boards as Petrila goes back to get it. They retreat. Petrilo dumps it over to Zalotl, who will skate over the red line and dump it in. Final 10 on the power play, and we've got a whistle. And we'll get this one called back. I believe it was offsides. Face-off won by the Falcons and sent down. The Leafs able to get that one. Petrila. Left side to Jackson Runkoski. Falcons able to maintain possession now. They go the other way. Watts fresh out of the penalty box. Dumps it to Wolkop. Wolkop sends it in. That's Quinn Wolkop, number 23 with the shot. It's saved by Tippy. Luke Tippy Tipner. It's a great hockey name. And the faceoff will come to the left of Tipner, Wolkop, and Adam Polecki. I got a parent talking to me down here, trying to figure out our stream. Trying to get all the eyes on us here. Thanks for tuning in. 13.5 to go in the first period. Then Wiles here with you in Darien. No score. Falcons and Leafs still freshly underway. The Falcons are the away team wearing the white jerseys. And that was the Falcons at Quinn Wolkop with the shot. Ripped shot off the face-off. That was Carson Spies. Faceoff was won by the Falcons, and he immediately ripped a shot that I don't think Luke Tipner even really saw go past him. That was such a hard shot. This one sent down and into the glove of Lappin, where he falls on it. Just a reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time to an 18U game, we play a full first period, a half of the second period. That shot goes into the mitt. We'll play half a second period. The Zamboni will come out to resurface the ice. We'll play the second half of the second period and then a full third period. It gives these teams a chance to regroup in the middle of the game. Lombardo off the faceoff sent a shot on net. And I believe we have 2 Lombardos, so this one's going to be tricky for me. We have Louis Lombardo, number 3, and Sammy Lombardo, number 7. Ironically, both Lombardos touched the puck on that last shot. The Leafs still with possession. That's Sammy Lombardo, number 7. Easy to remember, Sammy 7. Now you're really just playing along with me here. 12:15 to go, first period. Leafs maintaining possession in the Falcons zone. Now the Falcons clear it out. Back to even strength now as well, so that one will go as icing with 12 minutes left in period 1. Just a reminder, we've got 4 championship games of hockey for you starting at 10 a.m. right here tomorrow morning. The Bantam Major Championship, followed by the U15 Midget game, then the U18, then the U16 game. Shot on net, it's poked aside by Lappin. The Leafs applying some pressure here early in this first period. Puck back to Kittner at the blue line. Kittner sends one in that goes to the left of the net. Mason Beto Bielski, I believe is his full last name. The last name on my roster is cut off. It is Bielski. Mason Beto Bielski. One of those two. Falcons with their first look at the game here. Skates in. Deflects off the body of a Leaf and back out. That was Daniel Shapovalov with the shot. At the other end is the Leafs with a chance. That was Caleb Schrout. And Sebastian now for the Leafs skates in. He scores! Kyle Sebastian on the left side of the net. Puts it in on the lower right side past Lappin. And the Leafs break first and get the scoring started in our final game. They had applied pressure here for a good chunk of this first 7 minutes of this game, and finally it pays off. Kyle Sebastian getting the scoring going. And we'll see now how the Falcons can respond here early. Still early in period 1. Morgan gives it over. Leafs still have possession with it. Morgan dumping it behind the net. Centering pass in front goes wide to the right. And the Leafs able to keep possession in the Falcon territory. That shot goes off the side of the net from Jackson Ronkoski. And now we have a whistle, and a couple of Falcons don't understand why. Watts bangs a stick down on the ice in frustration. So the face-off will be to the left of Miles Lappin, the Falcons goalie, in a 1-0 game in which the Leafs have the lead. Battle for it behind the Falcons' net. Maintained possession by the Falcons as they go the other way. Shapovalov dumped it into the Leafs zone where Anthony Carr picks it up. And Schrout showing off some speed there. He had to stop on a dime. Leafs with a chance, but they couldn't hold on to the puck. Adam Pilecki had it for a second, but lost it. 9.5 to go in the first period. 1-0 Leafs lead. A good move by the Falcons to break this one out. Wolkoff, oh, look at that. Good stop on a dime. Eric Ewing, his shot was blocked off a Leaf skate. Wolkoff gets taken down along the far corner. And the puck battle now, and the referees will whistle this one dead. Some fresh skaters out on the ice for both teams. The face-off coming back near center ice. And that face-off won by the Leafs. Rossborough in the Falcon zone had it for a second. Now the Falcons able to maintain it. Good hit along the board. Pokes that one free, but again, Falcons able to hop on that one. Germain, number 8 for the Leafs. Oh, showing off the physicality. He loses his helmet. Tried to shake the defender and lost his helmet in the process, so the refs will whistle this play dead. He puts the bucket back on. And he will have to head off to get the equipment checked. Germain comes off. Sammy Lombardi takes the face-off for the Leafs. That was Quinn Wolkoff for the Falcons. It was won by the Falcons. 8.5 to go in the first period. 1-0 Leafs. Wolkoff with it behind the Leafs net. Looking for some help in the corner. Carson Graham to center it. Oh boy, Eric Ewing got sandwiched by some Leafs there. Pass goes off a Leaf skate. Falcons try to keep it in. They don't, and now it's a chance for the Leafs. Rossborough with a man behind him. Sammy Lombardo's shot is deflected off a skate. Lombardo dumps it back over to Tanner Rossborough, who falls in the corner. Falcons go the other way. Wolkoff brings it in. 1-on-2. And immediately gets met, but it's back in front. They score. Eric Ewing off the centering pass from Wolkoff ties this thing up at 1 apiece in the first. And, the scorekeeper credited the Leafs with the goal, but it was in fact the Falcons who scored, so it's not 2-0, it's 1-1. And we'll take a second here. I don't know if they're going to fix the scoreboard. If anyone really knows. Anywho, it's 1-1. Your scoreboard at home is correct. It is 1-1 after Eric Ewing equalized this game in the first. It's been a long day for everybody working here. Like I said, the first game, puck dropped 7 o'clock this morning. Myself, Mike Napolitano, here calling the games together for most of the day. We'll be back again tomorrow. Sebastian with 1 goal on the day already comes in. And good work from the Falcons defense to knock that one free. Bunch of white sweaters there. Able to pounce on the puck. Under 7 to go in the first period. Game tied at 1. This one sent in by Wright behind the Leafs net. Battle for it along the far board is taken in by the Falcons. Centering shot, score! Carson Spies goes from 1-1 to 2-1, and just like that, the Falcons go from trailing 1 to up 1. And once again, the in-house scorekeeper credited that goal to the Leafs, so it's 3-0 on the in-house scoreboard, but it's 2-1 Falcons. And I think the referees finally see the mistake. Yes, they do, so they're going to fix the mistake on the scoreboard. So with 6.5 to go, Carson Spies gives the Falcons the lead. Eric Ewing tied the game at 1, and now Spies with a wrist shot in between the circles gives the Falcons a 1-goal lead here in the first, an action-packed first period. And now they have the score. All right, the referees are going to play on here. The scoreboard's now backwards, so it's 2-1 in favor of the Leafs in the in-house scoreboard. But again, your scoreboard at home is correct. It's 2-1 Falcons. Referees just said, nah, we'll just play on with it. A hard collision at center ice between Louis Lombardo and I believe that was Chase Waddle. Leafs send it down. No icing is called. 6 minutes to go in the first. 2-1 Falcons. No icing called here as it deflected off of Lombardo. Good work in the corner by Marty Macon as he hits Lombardo. Runkoski sends it across ice to Zalotl. Zalotl send it across to Runkoski. Runkoski in the corner. Dumps it in behind to Jack Morgan. Morgan tried to send it back down, but the Falcons are there. Palmer Mason's shot is high and into the webbing. And 5:08 left in the opening frame. Doman with a shot from the blue line for the Falcons that hit off a Leafs skater. And now that back the other way, back behind with it is the Leafs behind the Falcons net. Now the Falcons maintain possession. They go the other way. Williamson centering pass. Oh, a hard fall there as, remember, the Falcons fell down. I believe that was Mason. Took a hard tumble to the ice. Gets back up, skates onside. Now the Falcons work the other way. Puck travels behind the Leafs net. And we got a whistle against the board, and we've got a penalty coming. Palmer Mason immediately skating over to the box, as he knows that penalty was against him. So the Leafs now with a chance to tie this one up with just over 4 minutes to go in the first period as they go on their second power play. They went on the power play earlier in the first. Kyle Sebastian out there. He scored the first goal of the game for the Leafs. See if he can tally another. Carr with it for the Leafs near the blue line. He rips a shot that is deflected and picked up by the Falcons. Good work by the Leafs to get it back in their zone. Sebastian at the right circle. Centering pass to Carr. Carr, right side to Lombardo. His shot goes off the blocker of Lappin. Leafs still have it behind the net. Lombardo. Carr up top. Carr rips a shot. And good glove save by Lappin. And he holds on with 3:45 left in the opening frame. 1:24 left on the power play. In a 2-1 Falcon lead. Face-off won by the Falcons. Good work by the Leafs to keep this one in. Petrila still battles for it near the blue line, maintains possession in the zone. Petrila now loses the puck. Falcons clear it out. Zalotl races down. He's able to get it to his teammate along the near board. Petrila, Kittner, and Zalotl, the three skaters down as Ronkoski joins in their own zone behind the net. Now as Zalotl takes it out. Zalotl gives it over to Kittner. He skates across center ice. Kittner with two to his right. Lombardo gives it back to Kittner at the blue line. Kittner with a shot. That one deflects off two Falcons. Kittner doing a good job of keeping it in the zone though. Beto Bielski sends it over to Zalotl, and that one is held on to by Lappin. 29 seconds left on the man advantage for the Leafs here, first period. Leafs win the draw, keeping it in the Falcon zone on the power play. Lombardo rips a shot. It's loose in front. No signal yet. It's still loose. No whistle. Now we have a whistle and no goal. I couldn't tell if it was held on to by Lappin or not. He must have held on to it as he gets some appreciation from his teammates. Didn't hear a whistle. Also didn't see a signal, so clearly it was not a goal, but also heard no whistle, so didn't hear it stop it. Falcons win the draw. They clear it down with 10 seconds left on the power play. Leafs might have time for one more push, but the Falcons doing a good job of preventing that as the skater comes out of the box. Mason returns to action. He skates immediately to the bench. And nope, he comes right back on the ice immediately. He was going to the bench, but puck came back down and he saw the opportunity. Now he skates off. New man comes on. Eric Ewing, one of the goal scorers for the Falcons, takes the ice. Sebastian gloves that one out of the air, but unable to maintain possession with it as Graham brings it in. And blocked by Evanson. For 89 for the Leafs there, getting a body in front of that one. And Sebastian goes the other way, but is met by two Falcon skaters as the Falcons come back now the other way. And now we've got a whistle as Sebastian took a hit behind the play. And it looks like the Leafs are going to go right back on the power play. They will. Daniel Shapovalov, who is responsible for taking down Kyle Sebastian behind the play. So he will head to the box. Another power play chance. The Leafs in favor, or own the 10-7 shot lead. As Kittner battles it along the board, gives it back to Ronkoski. The Leafs go back to work on that power play. Falcons just killed that last penalty off. And penalty kill goes back to work. Beto Bielski had it for a second. Now he goes back to work defensively, and good job of keeping the puck in the Leafs' possession, but Falcons able to sneak this one out. Doman rips a shot that goes off the stick of Tippy. It's been a little bit since I've said his name. Leafs have had some constant pressure here in the late stage of this first period. Ronkoski battles forward along the near board. Petrila brings it across center ice, now across the blue line. Petrila looks to set something up with a minute left on the power play. Lombardo loses it. Petrila's there along the far board to maintain possession. Now here come the Falcons the other way. They'll clear this one out. Tippy has it behind the net. Lombardo skates around the net with it. Skates past the defender, and now he'll set something up. That's Zalotl, actually. Zalotl, number 9. Been saying Lombardo. It's actually Zalotl. Sebastian takes a dive into the board as he tried to keep that one going, and now here comes a chance for the Falcons. Good work from Kittner to get a stick on that one and break up a breakaway chance for the Falcons. Kittner really didn't have the speed on that one. He did have the stick ability to break that one up as we wrap up the first period of play here in Darien. So an action-packed first period. The Falcons own the first period lead 2-1. Just a reminder, we'll play half of the second period before the Zamboni comes out to resurface the ice, and we play the second half of the second period and the full third period. These teams taking a break, though, to wrap up the first, as will I. Be back with the second period right after this. Here in Darien, Ethan Wiles with you. Start of the first half of the second period underway. Falcons lead this game 2-1. Leafs started this half on a power play that is now over. Beto Bielski rips one in front, but good save. Carr with another look. And another good save by Lappin. As the Falcons go the other way now, back to even strength. Shot on net. Goes wide. That was Ewing, who has a goal already on the night. Another shot goes wide. Carson Spy. So both guys with goals for the Falcons had shots on that last possession. Shots 11-8 in favor of the Leafs, but the Falcons still own that one-goal lead, mostly in part the shots, that is, to 2 straight power plays for the Leafs. Beto Bielski doing a good job of holding that puck, gives it over to his man. That was Gregory Evanson who put that one on net, but once again, Miles Lappin flashing the leather. Face off to the left of Lappin, won by the Falcons. Tried to clear it out, and they do as Macon kicked that one out. However, it finds its way back behind the Falcons' net. Battle for it in the corner. Taken out by the Falcons. Waddle. So Waddle takes a fall, unintentional. Under 7 to go in the first half of this second period. Teams will play the first half, then head to the locker rooms to take a breather. Ice will get resurfaced. And we will finish off this 7th and final game here at the Darien Sportsplex for your Saturday. For Championship Sunday is your appetizer to Super Bowl Sunday. 4 games starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, right back here. Same place, won't say same time because we're starting later tomorrow. Gives us broadcasters a little time to sleep in tomorrow for a long afternoon here in Darien. Thanks for hanging out with us. If you're just in for this game or if you've been with us all afternoon, we appreciate your viewership here on a Saturday. Whether you're watching from Illinois or wherever you're from. Had some exciting hockey games so far, and this last game is providing the same amount of entertainment so far, back and forth affair early. See if these two teams have some late night sparks as this shot is held on to Mason. Tried to go top shelf there. Luke Tipner denies that one. 5.5 to go, period 2. First half of the period. Both teams, despite the score, have not many shots on goal so far. Only 12 to 9 at 3 goals. Good work by Williamson there to bring it in the zone. A shot on net. Good save by Tippy. This one goes back in front. And the Falcons try to set something up here. This one goes off the stick of a Leafs player, and that's Bogox. Excuse me. Bogok. Got some action in front of the net. The puck was in the back of the net, but the whistle had blown. I was looking down at the roster to make sure I got Alex Bogok's name correctly. I didn't really see what had happened there, but either way, the whistle blows. Play is stopped at 4:52, and we'll have a face-off to the left of Tipner. And that face-off is taken by the Falcons. This one goes behind the net. We've got a penalty coming as Drake Durko was tripped from behind. Oh, the Leafs will have a man in the box. That's Louis Lombardo, who will report to the Leafs penalty box after a tripping call. So up 1 in the second. Fix the scoreboard here for you, but we've got a break in the action. Now we're in the second. Just talking all the mishaps about the scoreboard in the first period, and here I am lying to our audience about what period it is. Watts rips his shot, and it's held on to by Tipner. Watts went low and right pad side. Tried to sneak it in past Tipner, but doing a good job of getting that one. Face off back to Watts near the blue line. Watts plays catch with Kirkmeyer. Watts dumps it in now behind the net. Taken by the Leafs. They'll clear it out. Nice Sebastian showing off the speed there. Tried to race down there. Good work by Carr now. He'll clear it out. And we'll get a call. And I too was wondering why we're getting the whistle. The Leafs bench immediately questioning, and I think that was a mishap on the officials. We're still on the penalty. The Leafs were trying to clear the puck, and the officials called an icing. And immediately I think they figured out that was a mistake. So puck comes back to center ice for a face-off. Yep, the referee to our right. Yep. And my mistake. Happens. Under 4 to go in the first half of the second period. Falcons on a power play. 1 minute left in that advantage. Briggs has it near the blue line, nearly an offside, but refs don't call that one. Good work to stick this one down. That's Cloninger. Good work by Beto Bielski to get a stick on that one and break up a potential rush. 42 seconds left on the power play. 3.5 to go in this first half of the second period. Boy, Beto Bielski battling behind the board. A lot of bees there. He is relentless on the defensive pressure as well. 3 minutes to go here for the teams head to the locker room. 20 seconds left on the power play. Shot on net. Goes off the pad of Tipner. Couldn't tell who shot that one. However, it's Ewing bringing it up for the Falcons. He's got a goal already. Good work by the Leafs to get in front of that one. They kill the penalty. Mahon off the break. He puts one in and didn't see a call. Nope. It's in the glove. The referee was blocked by the pole here to my right. Couldn't see the signal if it was a goal or not. I didn't see any celebration either, but a good work by Lappin to get a glove on that one. Face off now to his left, won by the Falcons. Spies dumps it in. Good work to get a stick on that pass, and now they dump it in. The Leafs coming in the other way. Ronkoski sends one in. Good save by Lappin. Boy, Ronkoski tried to go high up on Lappin. He was able to save that one. The rebound was loose for 2 seconds before Lappin was able to fall on that one. Once again, the faceoff will go in the Falcon zone. Won by the Leafs. Oh, Rister hits Lappin in the shoulder. Good wrist shot there as the Leafs try to tie this game up. Just over 2 to go. And we have another icing. Falcons take brief possession after the face-off win, but the Leafs are immediately there to dump it back into the Falcons zone. And now we've got an offside whistle. A lot of whistles in this game here so far. A slow-moving second period so far. See if that changes when these teams come back out of the locker rooms. Leafs bringing it in. His first shot was deflected. It was Brian Kittner who had his first shot deflected right back to him, and the second shot went off the body of Lappin. This one rolls back down to Lappin, and now he'll ice it. So the slow-moving second period continues. The Leafs currently hold a 5-shot lead over the Falcons, 17-12, and still trail by 1 on the scoreboard. So we'll see if that lead will give them any advantage. Rossborough ripped that one off the face-off, but good work by Lappin to hang on to that one. So we go right back to the circle. Williamson against Rossborough. This face-off won by the Falcons this time. And they'll clear it out and start on the rush. And would you be surprised if I said we've got another ice? Well, the puck comes all the way back down into the Falcon zone once again. Lombardo and Williamson. Face-off won by the Leafs. Mahon from the blue line puts one on net. Good stick save by Lappin. Mahon again from the blue line, and another save by Lappin, this time in the glove. And once again, we've got a stoppage. About 12 seconds per play here before we've got another stoppage. A lot of stop and go traffic here. Face off one back to Mahon. Mahon again, this time shoots to the right side of the net. And Lappin was able to get a stick on that one. Lombardo from the point. Another good save by Lappin. It's been strong in the net. Falcons coaches very vocal towards their team about something. Can't really make out what they were telling their team, but who the faceoff goes back to the Leafs again. Mahon again rips a shot. Good work this time to get a body in front of it. I believe that was Mason. Leafs with it. Rossborough from above the circle this time. His shot gets deflected off the glove of Mason. Jermaine brought that one in. And the net comes off, so we once again have a stoppage of play. This final minute and a half is taking longer than a minute and a half actually is in real time. Tons of stoppages in the last couple of seconds, and we're about to have another one here as the clock hits down to 18 seconds as we have another icing. Falcons win the draw, take it over center ice with 10 to go, and now we've got an offsides. Clock sits at 11 seconds. Final 5 tick down. The Falcons with a chance, but there's not enough time in the first half of this second period as it winds down. So both teams will head to the locker rooms. The Zamboni will come out to clean off the ice. And we have 1.5 more periods of hockey here in Darien tonight. We'll play the final 8.5 of period 2, followed by the full third period. And as we have all day, we will have that for you right here on Stream Sports Midwest. We will take a break and join these teams on their break. We'll be back with the conclusion of Leafs and Falcons right after this. Second period, the remainder of the second period underway here in Darien. Ethan Wiles with you here, our 7th and final game. As Sebastian races up, he's got 1 goal on the night already and kind of gives the goalie a little snow shower there, and his Falcon teammates take exception to that. And looks like nothing will come from that. Nope, I lied. Looks like Sebastian's going to be skating to the box. He will. And the coaching staff for the Leafs asking for an explanation as to why Sebastian is headed to the box. He came in, and as Lappin kind of held on to the puck, Sebastian gave the goalie a traditional little snow shower to the face. So the penalty to Sebastian will stick. And 20 seconds into this second half of the second period, the Falcons will have a man up. Face-off is won by the Falcons. Wolkopf dumps it over. Puck eventually finds its way back to Wolkopf. Clowinger. Or Clowinger, rather. With it in the circle. Good work by Kittner from the Leafs to break that one up, but the Falcons still have it in that near corner. Clowinger had a pass deflected off the body of Beto Bielski, who, if you've been with us, has been a pest on the ice so far. Wolkopf skates past the defender on the power play. Tries to Michigan that one. And it looks like the net came off in the process. So we officially saw our first Michigan attempt. Surprised we haven't seen more. We've seen a few of them at a few games this season. It's been long enough now, enough time for players to try to perfect that move. Face-off won by the Falcons. Still on the power play. Shot from the circle is saved wide. That was Ewing, who has 1 on the night already. And a second chance shot goes into the body of Luke Tippy Tipner. .707 left in this middle frame. Score still sits at 2-1, Falcons leading. They try to go up 2 here on the power play. Watts gets the face-off, dumps it over to Kreichmeyer. Watts gives it in front. The puck is loose in front. Now it's up in the air. And I don't know if a Falcon may have taken a stick there. Heard a little yell come out. I don't know, stick must have caught somebody. Watts calling for it near the blue line, but Mason holds. Tries to dump it to Kreichmeyer, sorry. And he was unable to get it, but now Watts back along the near board. Dumps it back to Kreichmeyer. Kreichmeyer's shot from the point deflects off a Leaf. Caleb Shroud able to get a body in front of that one. And the Leafs will kill this penalty. So the penalty to Sebastian for a questionable call is over, and Sebastian will skate right to the bench as this puck sits behind the Falcon net. Lombardo with a chance here, all alone. What a move! No goal! No goal. The referee waves this one off. Lombardo had all the room in the world. He made a nifty move to go left, back, right. And I thought it went in. I immediately turned my eyes to the official. He was a little late to get the no goal call. Alas, the score sits at 2-1. Lombardo again with a chance. He shoots off from an off angle. This one is saved wide. It's a good second chance shot from Jermaine. And Lombardo, Sammy Lombardo, number 7. Yeah, I remembered. Had 2 really good looks there. The first one that was waved off, I swear I thought I saw that one cross the line. That one nearly goes in off the backboard. Good save in front by Tipner. Another one in front. That was redirected off a body. That was Gregory Evanson stepping in front of that shot. Now we've got some physicality along the board as the Leafs try to clear this one out. That one nearly took a bounce off the backboard. It rolled in the crease and Tipner didn't even know it. Now the Leafs come the other way. They had a look. Jermaine near the blue line. Tries to dump it in, but a Falcon is there. Gets a stick on that one, and now they look to go the other way. Beto Bielski again gets a stick on that one. Continues to be a pest out on the ice. Centering pass to Bailey. His shot, score! Lucas Bailey goes top shelf. And we are tied at 2 here in the second. Good centering setup by the Leafs. Couldn't tell who was behind the net to set that one up. But nonetheless, Lucas Bailey goes top shelf to tie this one at 2. I said we've seen some thrilling hockey. It seems like right now this game will wind up just as the rest of the games we've seen today. 4 minutes left in period 2. We're tied at 2. The Leafs, who are currently out shooting the Falcons by 10, had shown some consistent pressure, just couldn't get anything past Miles Lappin. And finally the pressure got to Lappin there, and beautiful top shelf goal from Lucas Bailey ties this one up. This one will roll down behind the Leafs net. Kittner there to get it. And now the Leafs go back the other way once again. Good move by Nate Mahon to get past the defender there, but to no avail as the Falcons go the other way. This shot skates wide. Riley Wright sent that one on, but it went wide. Wright regains possession of the puck. He shoots and scores! Riley Wright had his first one go wide, but the second shot goes in. Tipner not happy. He bangs his stick against the post. And the tie is no more. The Falcons go back in front 3-2. With just over 3 minutes left in period 2. A back and forth affair to close out the night here in Darien. Zalato had it near the blue line, and Falcon's stick was lifted out of his hands, and now we have a whistle, and what appears to be a penalty. Jack Morgan is the guilty party for the Leafs. See him there at the bottom of your screen asking, what did I do? The officials say, no, you're headed to the box. And Morgan will have a seat. And the Falcons go back to work on the advantage, up 1. Clowinger at the blue line. Gives it over to Ewing, who tried to pull it back, but couldn't maintain possession. And now here come the Leafs. Short-handed. Good work by Clowinger to knock that one off of Zalato's stick. Zalato, though, even better work to get it back. Ripped shot by Pilecki, but saved by Lappin. He dumps this one in behind his net. Now the Falcons go back to work, skating right to left. Wilkoff brings it in. Dumps it back to Ewing. Ewing near the circle. Cross-ice pass to Wilkoff. Wilkoff back to Ewing. Ewing looking for a lane. Wilkoff back up top. Goes off a stick in front. Chase Waddle tried to redirect that one. And the Leafs will send it down with 1 minute left on the power play. The Falcons go back to work. Clowinger brings it in. Wilkoff, Briggs trail. Clowinger's shot sails across the crease. Wilkoff with it near the blue line. Wilkoff skates in. That one blocked aside by Tipner. Now the Leafs go the other way. Carr skates past the blue line, tries to get past the defenders, but 3 white sweaters are there to meet him. And now the Falcons go the other way once again. Wilkoff gets taken down, and we're going to get another penalty. Mason Beto-Bielski just pulls him down, and now for 22 seconds, the Falcons will have a 2-man advantage. With 1:28 to go in this second period. Face-off won by the Leafs and sent down. The Falcons, who hold a 1-goal lead, try to add on here at the end of this second period. And if this power play holds, we'll get it in the start of the third. Watts had it for a second, but kind of blew a tire there. Quickmeyer's shot is kicked aside. Williamson now sends it in behind the net. Watts and Morgan battling underneath. Morgan able to gain possession, but Reichmeyer doing a good job of poking that one aside. Under a minute to go in period 2. 1:17 to go. Now we're back to 5-on-4. So the Falcons back to a 1-man advantage. Durko skates in. Plays it off the board. Now gets hit along the board. Durko back to Watts near the blue line. Leafs get in front of that one. Reichmeyer tries to get past Zalato, but Zalato gets a stick on that one. Opportunity for Sebastian. He's got one already. Tries to go 5-hole on Lappin, but Lappin shuts it down. Sebastian tried to go right through the wickets of Miles Lappin. And he holds on, so we stay at 3-2. Definitely an exciting third period coming up. Face off. Battled for along the board. Zalato ripped a shot that went behind the net. Puck maintained near the blue line by Kittner. Final 3 seconds tick down. The Falcons will rifle one down, and that will be how we finish the second period. The teams will take their final break of regulation. Will it be the final period of hockey here tonight? We don't know. The Leafs will try to battle back here, down 1, as we head to the third period here in Darien. We'll join you back here for that third period in just a little bit. Ethan Wiles here with you in Darien. Third period action coming up right after this. Third period hockey underway here in Darien at the Darien Sportsplex. Ethan Wiles with you. You've got for sure a action-packed final frame. We've had a back-and-forth affair so far, with the Falcons taking a 3-2 lead, and now it's 4-2. Right out of the gate with 14 seconds left on the advantage, Quinn Wolkoff makes it a 4-2 Falcon lead here in the third. Leafs win the draw. Carr rips one from the red line. Good glove save by Lappin. 16.5 to go in this one. The Leafs now have a tougher hill to climb. They were down 1 at the start of this period. Now they're down 2 after a quick goal from the Falcons, who come in the second best team in this level. Excuse me, I had that wrong. The Leafs come in here as the second best team. So the Falcons pulling the upset here. They come in the 7th spot. The Falcons here not afraid of that underdog title tonight. They hold a 4-2 lead, but the Leafs are not going to go away just easily, as this one skated across the crease, but the Leafs unable to get it in. Rebound shot by Zalato from the blue line is held on to. If you're just tuning in here, this is our 7th game of a full slate of hockey today. We've had 7 games. Starting this morning at 7 o'clock. Been here for 14.5 hours of hockey. How about that? And we've still got a full day tomorrow. 4 games of championship hockey tomorrow, right back here. 10 o'clock. Myself and Mike Napolitano will have the call once again, as the Leafs try to cut into this deficit. It's loose in front, and a big collision in front of the net. Tanner Rossborough was trying to get to the loose puck, and I think he was just trying to do anything he could to get closer to the net, and in the process took down a Falcon who was near the net. All incidental. All in the spirit of hockey. No roughing call or anything like that. Face off to the right of Lappin. It's won by the Leafs. Petrila makes a nice move near the circle. He centers it, but the Falcons get some sticks on that one, and now they go 3-on-1. Waddle with a man to his left. It's loose in front. Good work by the Leafs. There's a Leaf in the net, and he's able to get up and skate out as the Leafs clear. Good offensive check. Lombardi rips his shot. This one to the left of the net. Leafs definitely picking up that physicality level here as they find themselves down 2. Don't want to be too physical, though, as obviously trying to draw something. You don't want to wind up in the penalty box yourself. Shots 30-17 in favor of the Leafs, and yet they find themselves down 2. And Miles Lappin, tremendous work in net for the Falcons tonight. Trying to hold off or hold on to this 2-goal lead for the next 14 minutes. Falcons try to just clear it out at this point as the Leafs attack. This shot on net, great save. Lappin sprawls out. The net comes off, and the refs make that call. An impressive way to sprawl out there by Lappin. I don't know if he even got any contact with the puck. I think all of those shots were wide, but either way, the ability to sprawl out and make the effort there, great work. Under 14 to go, 4-2 Falcons lead. Centering pass in front is loose, and again, great work by Lappin and the defensive unit to clear this one out. Right hits Kittner, and that forces the puck free. Sprout sends it in, and hit either a body in front or Lappin, and Kittner dumps it in behind the net. Falcons try to clear, and they do. Williamson met at center ice by a few Leafs blue sweaters. And now the Falcons will regroup as they hold behind their net. Sprout will go after now with a tripping call coming. No, we're going to play on. Thought for sure we would see a trip there, but the ref giving the play on signal. Puck bounced off the board there. Good work to try to feed it in. But the Leafs send it back down. Falcons doing real good work at using the boards to get these passes going. And you can tell that that's why, or one of the many things that has helped them take this 2-goal lead. And now after a takedown to Carson Spies, we're going to get another penalty to the Leafs. So Mason Beto-Bielski returns to the box after taking down Spies. So the Falcons go on the advantage once again, up 2. Trying to add on and make this lead really insurmountable. Still a lot of time left, though. Seen some crazier things happen. Still plenty of time for 2, if not 3 goals. Right now they need 3 to take the lead. Doing so, a man down is not going to help though. Falcons trying to set something up on the power play. Kreichmeyer up top. Kreichmeyer rips a shot, and Tippner gets the stick side pad on it, and this one goes out of play. Well, face off to the left of Tippner. It is won by the Falcons. The Leafs try to clear it out. Kreichmeyer there at the blue line to keep it in. Down low, centering pass to Williamson is intercepted by the Leafs going the other way. Carr has a man to his right, tries to feed it there. It was just a little too late. Just a second sooner, he might have had a good look on it, but with it being too late, the pass went just a little past the net. Falcons coming back now with 45 on the power play. Clowinger calls back for it above the circle. Clowinger rips a shot that hits the pad of Tippner, and the Leafs will send it down. 32 seconds left on the power play. Just under 11 minutes in regulation. Wilcopp rather with 1 goal on the day. He skates in, feeds it over, and that was Ewing who put that one on net. Good save by Tippner, who had to go up high to his shoulder to save that one. I'm telling you, can't wait for the U.S. men's Olympic hockey sessions to start here soon. Been missing the NHL as they are on their Olympic break. Of course, the U.S. women's hockey team been rolling the first 2 games, taking down Czechia the other day and having another big win over Finland today. Puck loose in front there, but to no avail. Good work by the Leafs trying to clear this one out. Ooh, good work behind the net there is, I gotta get a name there, Chase Waddle. Well, it was an 8-9, 91. That's Chase Waddle. And Jacob Briggs will lay the lumber behind the net. Leafs trying to set something up as they need 2 goals in the next 9.5 minutes to equalize this contest. This shot goes wide. Tommy Zalotl had a tough angle shot. Kittner tries to dump this one in. However, it goes down and we'll have an icing. Pull up here the schedule of games for the U.S. women's hockey team. Like I said, they got the win today. Their next game coming Monday against Switzerland. Oddman with a shot from the blue line gets deflected out. Falcons go back to work. Spies to, that's Alex Kaber. Kaber couldn't get his stick clean on that one. And the Leafs will once again send this one down for an icing. As for the U.S. men, they will open up against Latvia coming up on a Thursday of next week. See the U.S. men's team in action. Of course, we'll see all the NHL stars repping their native countries. Always a fun time to see. Some great memories out of U.S. and Canada gold medal games, I'm sure. Mike's got some great memories as well. He's a big hockey fan. I'm sure we'll have a lot of action to be talking about over the next couple of weeks here as the Olympics get going. 4-2 Falcons lead as they look to extend that lead as Tipner gets one right into the stomach. He hangs on. Saw the end of this second period for about a minute and a half. Last about 6 minutes with the amount of icings, offsides, and saves. We hit 8.5 minutes to go in this one. The Leafs will continue their uphill climb down by 2. Again, they've outshot the Falcons 31-19 so far. Another one on net. I believe that was Bogak. It was. However, Miles Lappin making his bid for #1 star of the game. Leafs go back to work the other way. Pilecki calls for the one-timer. His one-timer goes wide. Might have gotten the glove of Lappin. He's doing a good job of poking it back into the zone, but they just cannot get anything past Lappin tonight. 31 saves on 33 shots so far. Good hit along the board there from Kaber. Physical battle there along the far corner. The Leafs trying to get something going and get themselves back down 1. Petrila tried to send it along the board, but Falcon was at the right place at the right time there. No offside call. Sebastian brings it into the zone. Sebastian gets poked from behind. I don't know if that one got ironed. Something did. However, it skates out, and now it's a battle for it against the near board. Petrila and Beto Bielska for the Leafs, trying to battle 2 Falcon skaters for that one. Macon tried to take this one away, but good work by, I believe that's Evanson it is. Got in front of that one and broke up a chance. 6.5 to go in this one. Petrila picks it up at the point. Now the Falcons go the other way. Mason skates past the defender, skates past another. That one is sticked aside by Tipner. Back at the blue line, that's Oddman with a shot. Deflects wide, Sebastian breaks out. Sebastian coming in, one-on-one, good work from behind. Nope, we're gonna get a penalty. Joey Pupilo took him down from behind in the breakaway. And I think we're going to get a penalty shot. We are. So it will be Kyle Sebastian taking this penalty shot. 6:06 to go. This one would give him his second of the game and pull the Leafs within 1. Falcons bench chirping Sebastian as he gets set to take this penalty shot. Here we go. Sebastian skates right. Now skates in, skating back left. Pulls it. Sebastian, good save. Miles Lappin continues his dominance in the net, shutting down the penalty shot and keeping this a 2-goal lead. Make that 32 saves on 34 shots. Lappin is putting his bid in for performance of the day, let alone the #1 star of the game. Wolkoff now for the Falcons. Went to fake a shot and ended up pulling it back before sending one high above the net. Watts with it. It hit off the skate of somebody. And now Watts brings it back in across the blue line. This one hits off the skate of a Leaf. And Watts takes a tumble to the ice as the Leafs take it the other way. And now we've got Kittner taking a tumble, and we're going to get a penalty on that one. Now Tipner will go to the ice. And now with about 5 minutes left, 5:20 to be exact, the Leafs will go on a man advantage. So Eric Ewing will head to the box for a trip. No, not a trip to the penalty box. He's going for tripping. I don't know if any hockey player considers a visit to the penalty box a trip. Trip's usually fun. I don't know if a trip to the penalty box is such a fun sequence of words. Once again, it's late. Been here all day. Thanks for bearing with me and my awful jokes here tonight. We got 5 more minutes of hockey until you're back with me tomorrow. Wright puts a shot on that's deflected wide. And now we hit 5 minutes left. A minute and a half to go on the Leafs power play. Bailey waiting for it up top. Cross ice pass to Lombardo, though. Lombardo dumps it behind the net. Back to Bailey. That was Sebastian behind the net who received the pass from Lombardo. Sebastian still has it behind the net, looking for somebody to move and keep that one in, but the Falcons do a good job of taking it out. Now the Leafs go the other way. Bailey waiting for some help, gives it back to Ronkoski, who gives it back to Bailey. Bailey makes a stop, goes back left. Ronkoski back near the blue line, cross ice to his man Zalotl, who had his shot once again patted aside by the goaltender Lappin. Three and a half to go, 4-2 Falcons. As time is winding down here. Time was winded down on the power play, so we're back to even strength for the foreseeable 3 minutes. See if at some point in the next 3 minutes Tipner will come off. We're keeping an eye on him as the Leafs break out. He looks to be hanging tight in the net for now. Doesn't look like he's ready to take off towards the bench. And we approach the final 2:40. Another shot on net. Tipner easily grabs that one and knocks it down. This one sent back down for an icing. So easily the performance of the day, no question, unless something happens in the next 2.5 minutes. I'm giving my performance of the day to Miles Lappin. If I'm giving out 3 stars, I'm going to give him the #1 star of the game for me. 33 saves, 35 shots. And the Leafs, who came into this game as the second best team in 18U, were simply denied tonight. Briggs brings this one across the line into the Leafs zone. And now the Leafs will skate back the other way. And with 1:49 left, Adam Pilecki gets his stick. And it went underneath the wickets of Lappin. So just like that, now we've got an interesting game. So now we'll see what strategy changes here for the Leafs. As about a minute ago, it looked like Tipner was just kind of hanging out in the net. But now with a minute and 42 seconds, we'll see what they do. Still in the net as of now, as we hit 90 seconds in regulation. Battle for it against the near board. Tipner still in the net. Germain sends it in. Still 5-on-5. Kittner rips his shot. And he had a wide open look there, but no one was there to rebound. Here come the Falcons with a chance to put this one away. He does! Marty Macon. Off a beautiful setup. Puts the Falcons back out in front by 2. And these two teams have been trading goals throughout this contest. Falcons looking like they're going to hang on with a strong performance. As we now reach under a minute, the Leafs will go to work. No action from Tipner. And we will stay 5-on-5 for what appears to be the remainder of this one. Final 30 seconds tick down. And the Leafs will, of the number 2 team in 18U, as the Leafs fall 5-3. Once again, that wraps up our day of coverage here from Darien. Once again, we've got 4 more games tomorrow, 4 championship hockey games, all starting at 10 o'clock with the Bantam Major Championship, followed by the Midget U15 Championship at 11:50. At approximately 1:40, the Midget U18 game. And then at approximately 4 o'clock will be the Midget U16 game. Myself and Mike Napolitano would like to thank each and every one of you for sticking with us today. And if you tuned along with us for all 7 games, we truly appreciate it. We hope you join us again tomorrow for 4 championship hockey games, all as the appetizer to Super Bowl Sunday. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We'll have another day of hockey for you tomorrow on Stream Sports Midwest. Again, our 7th and final game of the night. The Falcons win this one 5-3 in a back and forth affair. For Ethan Wiles, Mike Napolitano signing off from the Darien Sportsplex here on Saturday night. We'll see you tomorrow morning for Championship Sunday. Good night.